Episode 3: The System, Strategy, and Second Chances. The journey to the quarry took 3 hours that felt like 3 days. We drove through a world that was dying in real time. Abandoned cars littered the roads, some still running with their doors hanging open where their occupants had fled in panic. Bodies lay in the streets, some still, some twitching with that terrible new unlife. Smoke rose from a dozen different fires across King County, painting the morning sky in shades of gray and orange that would have been beautiful if they weren't so apocalyptic. I rode in Shane's Jeep, maintaining rear guard while Rick's truck led the way with Lori and Carl. My Sharangan was active almost constantly, scanning for threats, plotting alternate routes when the main roads became impassable. Shane had stopped asking questions about my eyes after the first 10 minutes. He just followed my directions when I told him to turn, to stop, to go faster. Smart man. The system interface hovered at the edge of my vision, feeding me information in a steady stream. Threat assessments, optimal path finding, resource calculations. It was like having a tactical computer wired directly into my brain, and combined with Itachi's strategic processing, I could see the path forward with crystal clarity. We passed the refugee center that had been set up at the county fairgrounds. Past tense, because it was already overrun. I could see the chain link fences torn down, the National Guard trucks abandoned, the FEMA tents burning, bodies everywhere, walkers stumbling through the wreckage, feeding on the fallen. Shane slowed down despite my earlier warning, his face going pale. Jesus Christ. All those people. Don't stop, I said sharply. There's nothing we can do for them. Keep moving. He hesitated, his good nature warring with survival instinct. In the truck ahead, I saw Rick's brake lights flare. He'd seen it too. Shane, if we stop, we die. Rick knows that. Keep moving. The brake lights went off. Rick accelerated past the horror show, and Shane followed. But I could see the haunted look in his eyes, the way his knuckles went white on the steering wheel. This was the moment, I realized. The moment when it really hit home for people that the old world was gone, that the rules had changed, that mercy could get you killed. Shane would struggle with that realization for a while. In the original timeline, it had twisted him, turned him into someone dangerous and unstable. But maybe, with Rick awake and aware from the start, with me here to provide a stabilizing influence, maybe Shane could avoid that dark path. I'd add it to my ever-growing list of things to fix. We reached the quarry access road just before noon. The turnoff was barely marked, exactly as I remembered from the show. A dirt path leading into the hills, easy to miss if you didn't know it was there. Which, of course, I did. Rick pulled over before the turn, and Shane stopped behind him. My father climbed out of the truck, and I joined him, stretching muscles that had been tense for hours. "This it?" Rick asked, scanning the tree line with the wariness of a man who'd seen too much death in too short a time. "This is it," I confirmed. Road leads up about 2 miles to an old rock quarry. Natural amphitheater, good sight lines, water source from the lake, defensible position. "You seem mighty sure about this place," Shane observed, climbing out of the Jeep. "You been here before?" "Couple times," I lied smoothly, pulling from Ethan's memories of generic camping trips. "Used to come out here camping. Quiet, isolated, off the beaten path. Exactly what we need right now." Rick studied me for a moment with those sharp deputy's eyes, and I knew he was cataloging another oddity. Another piece of evidence that his son had changed into something more than he'd been. But he just nodded. "All right, let's check it out. Stay close, stay sharp." We climbed back into the vehicles and started up the access road. The dirt path was rough, clearly not maintained. Exactly the kind of place refugees wouldn't think to look. Good, The fewer people who knew about this place before we got established, the better. The quarry opened up before us like something out of a postcard. The rock walls rose in stepped levels, creating natural terraces. The lake at the bottom was crystal clear, fed by an underground spring. Trees provided shade and cover. It was perfect. It was also empty. I'd half expected to find survivors already here, but the quarry was deserted, which meant we'd beaten everyone else to this location. We had first pick of positions, time to establish ourselves, the opportunity to set the tone for how this camp would operate. My mind was already racing through the possibilities. Itachi's strategic genius combining with my meta-knowledge to create a framework for what this place could become. Not just a refugee camp, but a real community, a foundation we could build on. The first step toward changing everything. Rick pulled the truck to a stop on one of the upper terraces, and we all climbed out. Carl immediately ran toward the edge to look at the water below, and Lori called after him to be careful. Normal parental concern in a very abnormal situation. "This'll work," Shane said, surveying the area with an approving eye. "Good natural defenses, fresh water, plenty of room for tents. We can post lookouts on the high ground." "We should start setting up a perimeter," Rick added, already shifting into leadership mode. "Clear the area, make sure we're alone here. Get camp established before dark." I activated my Sharingan discreetly, scanning the entire quarry in a matter of seconds. No threats, no walkers. A few animals in the surrounding woods, but nothing dangerous. We were alone. "We're clear," I said confidently. "Nothing dangerous within a half-mile radius." Both men looked at me. Right. I need to be more careful about demonstrating abilities I shouldn't have. But at this point, they both knew I was different. Might as well use it. "Your eyes?" Rick asked quietly. I nodded. They let me see things. Long distances, fine details. We're safe here. Shane shook his head in that bewildered way he'd been doing all morning. "Swear to God, kid, you're the weirdest thing about this whole apocalypse, and that's saying something." Despite everything, I grinned. "I'll take that as a compliment." We spent the next few hours establishing camp. Rick and Shane set up a perimeter watch system. Lori organized our supplies and started setting up a cooking area. Carl helped where he could, still young enough to treat this like an adventure rather than the nightmare it actually was. I worked on the parts that mattered most, the parts that would make the difference between this camp thriving or failing. Using the system store interface that only I could see, I began strategically finding things. First, I made a show of exploring the old quarry buildings, a maintenance shack and a supervisor's office that had been abandoned years ago. When I emerged 20 minutes later, I was carrying a case of bottled water, some old tools, and a first aid kit that looked weathered but functional. "Jackpot," I called out, hauling my prizes over to where Lori was organizing supplies. Previous occupants left some useful stuff. In reality, I had purchased all of it from the system store, 200 points for supplies that would have cost thousands in the old world. A bargain. But I couldn't just make things appear from nowhere. I needed plausible sources, believable finds. Let people think I was just lucky or thorough. Lori's face lit up when she saw the water. "Oh, thank God, we're running low. Good thinking to check those buildings, honey." I made several more supply runs throughout the afternoon. A set of camping cookware from a hidden cache in the woods. A couple of sleeping bags from the trunk of an old abandoned car. A box of non-perishable food from another forgotten stash. Each time, I'd venture out of sight, access the system store, purchase what we needed, and bring it back with a cover story. The system coins were draining steadily, but I was earning them back just as fast through the daily quests and completion bonuses. And the investment was worth it. Every item I provided was something that made our camp more sustainable, more secure. something that gave us an edge. By late afternoon, we had a functional camp established. Tents up, fire pit dug, water supply secured, perimeter marked. It wasn't much, but it was ours, and more importantly, it was safe. I was sitting on the edge of the upper terrace, watching the sun descend toward the tree line, when Rick joined me. He settled down next to me with a tired sigh, and for a minute we just sat in companionable silence. "You did good today," he said finally. "Real good. Those supplies you found, that's the difference between surviving and starving." "Just being thorough," I replied with a shrug. "Ethan," his voice was serious now, "I know you're not telling me everything. About your eyes, about how you knew where to find all that stuff, about why you seem to know things you shouldn't know. And I'm not gonna push. Not yet. But I need you to understand something." I turned to look at him and found him staring at me with an intensity that was purely Rick Grimes, the man who would lead people through hell, who would make impossible choices, who would protect his family against literally anything. "Whatever you are, whatever's happening with you, you're my son. That comes first. Always. But these people we're going to be living with, they're going to notice things. They're going to ask questions. And some of them might not react well to abilities they don't understand. So, we need to be smart about this. Careful." I understood what he was really saying. Keep the Sharingan hidden. Don't show off the lightsaber. Maintain the appearance of normalcy as much as possible. Be the gifted, but essentially human teenager. Not the walking cheat code I actually was. "I get it," I said. "I'll be careful. But Dad, some things I can't hide forever. And some things we're going to need." "What things?" I gestured out at the quarry. The woods beyond, the smoke-stained sky in the distance. "This is just the beginning. More people are going to come here. Some good, some bad, all desperate. We're going to face threats you can't imagine. And when that happens, when things get really bad, I'm going to do what I have to do to protect this camp. To protect you and Mom and Carl." Rick was quiet for a long moment. Then he placed a hand on my shoulder, that familiar weight of paternal connection and trust. "I know you will, son. And I'll be right there with you. We protect each other. That's the deal." "That's the deal," I echoed. Over the next 3 days, my prediction proved accurate. People started arriving at the quarry. It started with a family of 4, the Morales family, Miguel and Miranda with their 2 kids. They'd been directed here by a deputy Rick knew, following the breadcrumb trail of information he and Shane had left. They were exhausted, traumatized, but grateful to find shelter. Then came a few more stragglers, a middle-aged woman named Carol Pelletier and her husband Ed, along with her daughter Sophia. I recognized them instantly from the show, and my heart clenched. Carol, who would become one of the most badass survivors in the apocalypse, and Sophia, who in the original timeline would get lost in the woods and die horribly. Not this time. I'd make damn sure of that. Dale Horvath arrived in his old RV, bringing with him not just another survivor, but a mobile home and a wealth of supplies. The old man was sharp-eyed and observant, the kind of person who noticed things. I'd need to be careful around him. And then there were the sisters, Andrea and Amy Harrison. Blonde, capable, and in Andrea's case, already showing the steel that would make her formidable in the original timeline. I watched her arrive with her sister, taking in the camp with assessing eyes, and felt a small thrill. This was where it started. The harem that the system seemed to expect. The bonds I'd forged with the survivors. But that could wait. First, I had to make sure they all survived. By day 4 at the quarry, we had a solid group of about 20 people. Not huge, but enough to establish a real community. Rick had naturally assumed leadership, the sheriff's deputy with the calm authority and the protective instinct. Shane backed him up, providing muscle and tactical support. And me? I became the invaluable scout, the finder of supplies, the young man with the inexplicable ability to keep the camp safe. I ran daily supply missions, venturing out into the surrounding area and returning with exactly what we needed. Medicine when someone got sick, ammunition when we ran low, food when the hunting was poor. Each time, I'd disappear into the woods or down to the abandoned towns, access the system store in private, and return with provisions that seemed impossibly fortunate. The camp started calling me lucky, as in, lucky Ethan found those antibiotics just in time, or thank God Lucky's going on a supply run today. The nickname caught on fast, and I didn't discourage it. Better they think I was lucky than start asking harder questions. Rick knew better, of course. So did Shane. But they kept their mouths shut, understanding that whatever I was doing, it was keeping everyone alive. The system was pleased with my progress. Quest updates. Survived the first week. Day 7 of 7, in progress. Final day, objectives. Maintain camp security, in progress. 0 casualties, maintained. Establish leadership structure, complete. Secure sustainable resources, complete. Quest completion in 3 hours, 42 minutes. I was sitting by the campfire that evening, maintaining one of the rifles we'd acquired, when Andrea approached. She'd been watching me for the past couple days, I'd noticed, curious, assessings. Now she settled down across from me, her own weapon laid across her lap. You know your way around guns, she observed. Not a question, a statement. My dad taught me, I replied, which was true. Rick had taught Ethan to shoot, started when I was 12. He figured everyone should know how to handle a weapon safely. Smart man, your dad. She studied me with those sharp blue eyes. You're pretty young to be so calm about all this. Most people your age are falling apart. I shrugged, continuing to clean the rifle. Falling apart doesn't help anyone. Might as well stay useful. Useful, she repeated with a slight smile. That's one word for it. You've single-handedly kept this camp supplied and safe. People notice that. They talk about you. People should worry less about me and more about staying alive. Maybe. Or maybe you're the reason most of us are staying alive. She leaned forward slightly. Where do you really find all that stuff, Ethan? Because I've been on supply runs with the others. There's nothing out there. Towns are stripped clean. Houses are looted. But you go out and come back with exactly what we need every single time. That's not luck. That's something else. Damn, she was too smart for her own good. Or maybe just the right amount of smart, which was dangerous in a different way. Trade secret, I said lightly. I've got good instincts for where to look. Instincts. She didn't sound convinced, but she let it drop. Well, whatever your secret is, don't stop. This camp needs you. People are starting to feel like maybe we can actually survive this thing. She stood up, shouldering her rifle. But before she left, she paused and looked back at me. You're different from other guys your age. You know that. More, I don't know, focused. Like you've seen things that made you grow up fast. If only she knew. I've literally watched her entire life story play out on television. I knew what she'd been through, what she'd become. And I knew that in the original timeline, she died from a gunshot wound in a moment of tragic miscommunication. I was going to make damn sure that never happened. The apocalypse will do that to you, I said simply. She smiled slightly. Yeah, I guess it will. Night, Ethan. Night, Andrea. I watched her walk back to the tent she shared with Amy, and felt the weight of responsibility settle heavier on my shoulders. All these people, all these lives that I knew the endings to. Carol, who would lose her daughter and her husband but become a warrior. Dale, who would die trying to save Andrea. Andrea herself, shot by a scared kid with a gun. The Morales family, who would disappear and never be seen again. So many tragedies waiting to happen, unless I stopped them. The system chimed softly. Quest complete. Survive the first week. All objectives achieved. Rewards. 500 system points. Title Foundation Builder. You have established a thriving survivor community. Leadership bonus applied. Asterisk asterisk. New Crystolful. The Atlanta Problem. Status. Objective. A group of survivors is trapped in Atlanta. Prevent the deaths of key individuals and recruit valuable allies. Asterisk asterisk. Reward. 2,000 system points. Special item. Fate's Thread. Allows minor timeline adjustments. Optional bonus. Rescue Glenn Rhee before he enters the tank. Time limit. 48 hours. My breath caught. Glenn. Of course. According to the timeline I knew, Glenn was in Atlanta right now, probably already trapped or about to be. He'd meet Rick when Rick woke up from his coma and stumbled into the city. But Rick wasn't in a coma this time. Rick was here, safe with his family. Which meant Glenn was on his own. Glenn, who was basically the heart of the entire group in the original story. Glenn, who would save countless lives with his courage and resourcefulness. Glenn, who'd die horribly in front of his pregnant wife at the hands of Negan. I wasn't going to let that happen. Any of it. But I couldn't just leave the camp undefended to go running into Atlanta. I needed a plan. I needed backup. And I needed to convince Rick and Shane that this was worth the risk. I found my father making his rounds of the perimeter, checking in with the night watch. The camp was settling into a routine. Watches posted, fires banked, people sleeping in relative safety. This was what leadership looked like, what survival looked like. Dad, we need to talk. He turned, reading something in my expression. What's wrong? Nothing here, but there are people in Atlanta, survivors. They're going to die if someone doesn't help them. How do you know that? I'd prepared for this question. I heard them on the radio, walkie-talkie chatter. They're trapped, surrounded, running out of time. One of them is a kid, maybe 19, sounds scared out of his mind. Dad, we can't just leave them. Rick's jaw tightened. This was the eternal struggle. The man who wanted to save everyone butting up against the pragmatist who knew you couldn't save them all. Atlanta's a death trap. You've seen the news footage before the broadcast stopped. The whole city's overrun. I know. That's why they need help. That's why it has to be someone who knows what they're doing. You want to go after them. I want us to go after them. You, me, Shane maybe. Small team, fast in and out. We can use the distraction of the walkers to our advantage. Get in, get the survivors, get out. That's suicide. So is doing nothing. I met his eyes squarely. Dad, you became a cop because you wanted to help people. This is no different. These are people who need help, and we're in a position to provide it. Isn't that worth the risk? He was quiet for a long time, staring out at the darkness beyond the camp. I could see the war happening behind his eyes. The father who wanted to keep his son safe. The lawman who'd sworn to protect and serve. The leader who had to think about the camp as a whole. If we do this, he said finally, we do it smart. Minimal risk. We take precautions, and the second it looks like we can't save them, we pull out. The camp needs us alive more than it needs more mouths to feed. Agreed. And Ethan, this isn't going to become a regular thing. We can't save everyone. I wanted to argue that point. I wanted to tell him that yes, actually, we could save everyone if we tried hard enough. But I held my tongue. Baby steps. Prove we could do this once, then expand from there. This time is enough, I said. For now. We brought Shane in on the plan that night, laying out the basics. Shane was skeptical, even more than Rick, but he'd follow Rick's lead. They'd been partners for years, brothers in all but blood. If Rick said they were going, Shane would go. We'll need weapons, Shane said, studying the rough map of Atlanta I'd sketched from memory. Good ones. And vehicles. That RV of Dale's maybe, no, too slow. We need something maneuverable. I can handle the weapons, I said, and I know where there's a van we can use. Saw it on my last supply run. Just needs gas. Both men looked at me. I'd become accustomed to that look. The one that said I'd produce another convenient miracle that they couldn't quite explain. Your luck's gonna run out someday, kid, Shane muttered. Today's not that day. We left before dawn, while the camp was still sleeping. Carol had volunteered to help Lori watch Carl, the two women forming a fast friendship. I'd pulled Dale aside and quietly asked him to keep an eye on things, leaning on his natural protectiveness and authority. The old man had looked at me with those knowing eyes and simply nodded. The drive into Atlanta was tense. Shane drove the van, which I'd found but had actually purchased from the system store for a hefty 1,000 points. Rick rode shotgun. I sat in the back with an arsenal that would make a gun show jealous. I'd gone all in on supplies for this mission. Tactical vests from the system store, military-grade weapons, flashbang grenades, combat knives, even a couple of gas masks in case we needed to escape through smoke. I'd burned through 1,500 system points outfitting us, but it was worth it. This mission was too important to fail. Christ, Ethan, Shane had said when he saw the equipment spread. Where the hell did you find all this? Army surplus store. They'd evacuated, left everything behind. Seemed a shame to waste it. Another lie. Another convenient explanation. But they accepted it because the alternative was too strange to consider. As we got closer to Atlanta, the evidence of collapse became overwhelming. Cars packed the highway in massive gridlocks, doors hanging open, possessions scattered everywhere. Bodies lay in the sun, some moving, some not. The city skyline rose ahead of us, wreathed in smoke. I activated the Sharingan, scanning ahead for the optimal route. The system provided an overlay map, marking concentrations of walkers in red, clear paths in green. Between the two, I can navigate us through the nightmare. Take the next exit, I said. Side streets are clearer than the main roads. How can you possibly know that? Shane asked. But he took the exit anyway. Trust me. We wound through the suburbs and into the city proper. Every street was a graveyard. Walkers shambled between cars, feeding on the fallen, wandering aimlessly in search of living prey. There were hundreds of them, maybe thousands, an entire city's worth of dead people getting up to join the ranks of the walking corpses. It should have been terrifying, and it was, in an academic sort of way. But I'd seen this before, lived through it vicariously through countless episodes. I knew the patterns, knew the behaviors, knew how to exploit their weaknesses. The Sharingan tracked them all, a crimson eye picking out threats and opportunities with cold precision. There, I said, pointing to a building ahead. 4 stories, flat roof. That's where the radio signal was strongest. We pulled up half a block away and killed the engine. The plan was simple. Rick and I would go in, Shane would guard the van and our exit route. In and out in 20 minutes or less. You sure about this? Rick asked quietly, checking his rifle one more time. I'm sure. There's someone up there who needs help. Someone who can help us in return. You sound awful certain about that. I smiled slightly. Call it instinct. We moved to the street like ghosts, using the cars for cover, avoiding the attention of the scattered walkers. The building I'd indicated was an old apartment store, its windows shattered, its doors hanging open. The perfect place for someone to hide if they knew what they were doing. Inside, the store was dark and silent, except for the occasional groan of settling structure. Blood painted the floors in abstract patterns. Bodies lay everywhere, most of them with fatal head wounds. Someone had already been through here. Someone who knew the only way to put down a walker was to destroy the brain. They're here, Rick whispered. Someone fought their way through. We made our way to the stairwell, climbing carefully. The Sharangan saw everything. The tripwire on the second-floor landing, the barricade on the third floor, the careful defensive preparations that screened survival training. Whoever was up here, they were smart. Maybe smart enough to make it. On the fourth floor, we found them. A group of maybe 8 people were huddled behind a makeshift barricade of display cases and mannequins. They were tired, terrified, armed with a motley collection of weapons that ranged from guns to fire axes, and standing watch at the edge of the roof access, peering out at the walker-filled streets below, was a young Asian guy in a baseball cap. Glenn Rhee. I'd found him. Actually found him. The kid who'd become the supply runner, the hero, the husband and father. The character I'd watched grow from a scared pizza delivery boy into one of the bravest people in the apocalypse. And here he was, alive and whole, years of tragedy still ahead of him that I could prevent. Don't shoot, I called out before anyone could panic. We're here to help. We got your radio signal. 8 weapons swung toward us, and for a second, I thought we'd gotten it wrong. Then an older woman, strong-looking, with close-cropped hair, lowered her gun fractionally. You're not dead, she said, like it was an accusation. Not yet, Rick replied, his hands visible and non-threatening. I'm Rick Grimes, deputy sheriff. This is my son, Ethan. We've got a camp set up outside the city, safe place with food and water. We're here to get you out. And we're supposed to just trust you? A young guy with a rifle asked, his voice shaking slightly. How do we know you're not leading us into something worse? You don't, I said simply. But you can't stay here. This building won't keep you safe forever. Those things outside, they're not leaving. Your choices are, take a chance with us, or wait here to die. Your call. Glenn had turned from his watch post, and I got my first real look at him. Younger than I remembered from the show, barely out of his teens, but with that same sharp intelligence in his eyes. He studied us, studied me specifically, and I saw recognition flash across his face. Not of me personally, but of capability. He saw the tactical vest, the weapons, the confidence. He saw salvation. I vote we trust them, Glenn said. They made it through the city to find us. That counts for something. The group argued for another minute, but Glenn's support had tipped the balance. These people had been relying on him already, I realized. Even this early, even this scared, Glenn was showing the qualities that would make him indispensable. 10 minutes later, we were moving. I'd done a quick head count. 8 survivors from the building, plus Rick and me, made 10 for the van. It would be tight, but manageable. Shane had the engine running and ready when we emerged, and his eyes went wide at the crowd. Hope you got room, Rick called. Jesus, Rick, you brought home strays. Seemed like the right thing to do. We loaded everyone in, Glenn taking the seat next to me in the back. The kid was practically vibrating with nervous energy, his eyes still scanning for threats even though we were relatively safe. Hey, I said quietly. You did good up there. Keeping everyone alive, staying smart. Not everyone can do that. He looked at me, surprise flickering across his face. Thanks. I delivered pizzas, man. A week ago, my biggest problem was making enough tips to cover rent. Now. He gestured helplessly at the horror show outside the van windows. Now you're a survivor, and from what I saw, a damn good one. We can use people like you. People like me? Smart? Resourceful. Brave enough to stick your neck out for strangers. I extended my hand. I'm Ethan Grimes. Welcome to the team. He shook my hand, and I felt the system chime softly. Quest complete. The Atlanta problem. Bonus objective achieved. Recruited Glenn Rhee. Rewards. 2,000 system points. New character unlocked. Glenn Rhee is now a companion. Companion status grants. Shared experience benefits. Loyalty bonus. Protection priority. New coalables. Building the Haven. High torture. Expand and secure the camp. Recruit key survivors and establish infrastructure. Asterisk. Reward. 5,000 system points. Title. Architect of the New World. I smiled. Glenn was safe. 8 more survivors rescued. And we were heading back to camp with our biggest victory yet. The drive back was almost celebratory despite the circumstances. The survivors we'd rescued couldn't believe their luck. A safe camp. Supplies. Protection. They peppered Rick with questions about the quarry, about the other survivors, about what life looked like in our little community. Glenn sat quietly next to me, watching the ruined city disappear behind us. Finally, he spoke. You knew my name before I said it. How? Damn. Too smart for his own good, just like Andrea. Heard it on the radio. I lied. When you're recording with your group, you've got a distinctive voice. He didn't look entirely convinced, but he let it slide. Well, thanks for coming to get us. We were running out of options up there. Another day, maybe 2, and... He didn't finish the sentence. He didn't need to. Stick with us, I said. The quarry is not perfect, but it's safe. And we're working on making it better, stronger. Somewhere people can actually live instead of just survive. Sounds nice. It will be, I promise. When we rolled back into camp around noon, it was to a hero's welcome. The survivors we'd brought back were instantly integrated, given food, water, shelter, basic supplies from our communal stores. Carol took special interest in them, her natural maternal instinct kicking in despite her own trauma. I watched Glenn's reaction to the camp, seeing him take in the organization, the defenses, the sense of community. This was so much better than what he'd found in the original timeline. No desperate chaos, no Shane on the edge of breakdown, no Rick fresh from a coma and traumatized. This was stability, purpose, hope. That evening, we gathered everyone around the main campfire. Rick stood up, and the conversations died down. He had that presence, that natural authority that made people listen. We've got new faces in our camp today, he started. 8 more survivors that Ethan helped pull out of Atlanta. We're glad to have them, but I want to make something clear to everyone, new and old. He paused, letting his gaze sweep across the assembled group. This camp works because we work together, because we trust each other, because we look out for one another. It doesn't matter who you were before. Rich, poor, black, white, young, old. None of that matters anymore. What matters is that you contribute, that you pull your weight, that you've got each other's backs when things go bad. We do that. We survive. We do that. We build something worth surviving for. There was a murmur of agreement. Rick had a way with words when he needed to. The lawman's speech about duty and community, adapted for the apocalypse. We've got rules here, Rick continued. Simple ones. No stealing. No fighting among ourselves. Everyone contributes according to their abilities. Watch rotations are mandatory. Supply runs are coordinated through Shane or myself. And most important, every able-bodied person learns to defend themselves. We don't have the luxury of passengers. Everyone needs to be able to fight if it comes to that. More nods. These are rules that made sense, rules that kept people alive. Now, I want to introduce someone who is going to be taking a larger role around here. My son Ethan has been instrumental in keeping this camp supplied and safe. He's got skills and knowledge that frankly, I can't explain. But I trust him with my life, and you should too. When he tells you something, you listen. When he warns you about something, you take it seriously. Understood? All eyes turned to me. I felt the weight of their attention, their hope, their fear. These people were looking for someone to believe in, something to hold on to in a world gone insane. I stood up, meeting their gazes one by one. I'm not going to lie to you, I said. Things are going to get worse before they get better. The walkers aren't going away. The government isn't coming to save us. We're on our own. But that doesn't mean we're helpless. We've got resources. We've got weapons. We've got each other. And most importantly, we've got time to prepare, to get stronger, to build something that can last. I gestured around at the quarry, at the camp we'd established. This is just the beginning. We're going to make this place into a real home. Secure it, expand it, make it somewhere safe enough that we can start thinking about the future instead of just surviving the present. But I need everyone to buy in. I need everyone committed. Can you do that? The response was a chorus of agreement, some louder than others, but unanimous. These people wanted to believe. They needed to believe. And I was giving them something concrete to believe in. After the meeting broke up, Glenn found me again. The kid had been watching me with increasing interest throughout the evening. You're really 17? He asked. Last I checked. Why? Because you talk like someone way older. Like you've seen things, done things. You reminded me of... He paused. You know what? Never mind. It's stupid. Say it. You reminded me of this character from a comic I used to read. The strategist type. Always 3 steps ahead of everyone else. Like you know something the rest of us don't. I smiled despite myself. If only he knew. Maybe I just think things through. Plan ahead. Try to anticipate problems before they become disasters. That's exactly what I mean. You're what, 7 years younger than me? But I'd follow your lead over half the adults in this camp. That's weird, right? That should be weird. The apocalypse makes for strange bedfellows, I said. Normal rules don't apply anymore. Age, experience, social status, none of it matters as much as competence. You're competent, Glenn. I can see that. So people will follow you too. Age be damned. He looked surprised, then pleased. You really think so? I know so. You kept 8 people alive in the middle of a city full of walkers. That's not luck. That's skill. Own it. We talked for a while longer, and I could feel the beginning of real friendship forming. Glenn was exactly the kind of person I needed on my side. Smart. Brave. loyal to a fault. In the original timeline, he'd been the heart of the group. In this timeline, I'd make sure he became even more. The system chimed as I finally headed to my tent for the night. Daily quest complete. Strategic analysis. Daily question complete. Physical training. Total points earned today 2020. Current point total 3,745. Camp population 28. Morale high. Resources adequate. Threat level low. DUP recommendation: continue expansion operations. Begin infrastructure improvements. Identify additional key survivors for recruitment. ****. I lay down in my sleeping bag, staring up at the tent ceiling, my mind racing through possibilities. We'd completed the first major milestone. The camp was established. Key survivors like Glenn were safe. Rick was alive and leading. Carl and Lori were protected. But this was just the beginning. I knew what was coming. Knew the dangers that would emerge. The governor and his twisted Woodbury community. Negan and the Saviors. The Whisperers and their Walker herds. 100 smaller threats and tragedies waiting to unfold. I had to get ahead of all of it. Had to build something strong enough to weather the storms I knew were coming. Had to save the people I'd watched die, recruit the allies who could make a difference, eliminate the threats before they became existential. The lightsaber hummed softly in my inventory, waiting to be used. The Sharangan pulsed behind my eyes, ready to activate at a moment's notice. Itachi's strategic mind worked through scenarios and contingencies with tireless precision, and the system provided the framework to make it all possible. I was 17 years old. I was Rick Grimes' son. I was immune to the virus. I had the power to change everything. And I was just getting started. Tomorrow, we'd begin the real work. Fortifying the camp, training the survivors, establishing supply lines and patrol routes, transforming a refugee camp into a fortress, building the foundation for the community that would not just survive the apocalypse, but thrive in it. The Walking Dead didn't stand a chance. Episode 4. The Bite of Immunity. The screaming started at 3:47 a.m. I was on watch when the system alerted me, a split second before the first scream tore through the night. My Sharangan activated instantly, painting the quarry in shades of red and black, tracking the threat before my conscious mind had fully processed what was happening. Warning: massive bratch. Walker count: 73. Origin: Southern Ridge collapse. Estimated time to camp perimeter: 45 seconds. 73 walkers. A legitimate horde by our current standards, and they'd somehow gotten past our outer defenses. The system was already running calculations, showing me projected casualty rates if we didn't respond immediately. Without intervention, 12 dead, maybe more. With optimal response, 0 casualties. I chose optimal. Walkers in the camp! My voice cut through the night like a gunshot. Southern Perimeter, everyone up, now! The camp exploded into chaos. Tents unzipped frantically. People stumbled out in various states of dress and panic. I was already moving, my enhanced speed carrying me toward the southern ridge where I could see them. Dozens of shambling corpses pouring through a gap in our defenses where the recent rain had caused a small landslide. Rick emerged from his tent, weapon already in hand, his deputy training kicking in instantly. Ethan, report! 70 plus walkers, southern approach, the ridge collapsed. I was pulling weapons from my inventory as I ran, careful to make it look like I was grabbing them from the supply cache. Get everyone to the high ground. Defensive positions. Shane was right behind Rick, and I saw Dale scrambling to get the RV started, our emergency evacuation vehicle if things went completely sideways. Glenn appeared at my side, breathless but focused, a fire axe gripped in white-knuckled hands. What do you need? The kid asked, and I felt a surge of pride. No hesitation, no panic, just readiness to do what needed doing. Help me bottleneck them. We funnel them between those rock formations, limit how many can come at us at once. The Sharangan tracked every walker's position, calculated their shambling speed, projected their paths. Itachi's strategic mind overlaid the terrain, identifying choke points and kill zones. I could see the entire battle before it happened, and more importantly, I could see how to win it. Rick and Shane took up positions at the main choke point, their rifles cracking in controlled bursts. Headshots only. We drilled that into everyone over the past week. One shot, one kill, conserve ammunition. The camp members who could fight took up defensive positions behind improvised barricades. Those who couldn't, the children, the injured, the terrified, huddled in the center of camp under Carol and Laurie's protection. I moved like water through the chaos, the Sharagan letting me slip between grasping hands with contemptuous ease. My combat knife found dead eyes and rotted brain stems with surgical precision. 1 walker down, 2, 5, 10. The rhythm was almost meditative. See the threat, analyze the angle, execute the kill, move to the next. Left flank! I shouted, seeing a group of walkers breaking away from the main horde, trying to flank around toward where the non-combatants were gathered. Glenn, Andrea, with me. The three of us intercepted them, and I saw Andrea's cold efficiency as she put down walker after walker with precise shots. She'd found her calling in this apocalypse. Turned out she was a hell of a shot. Glenn swung his axe with desperate strength. Not as skilled as Andrea or me, but effective enough. We were winning. The system's projections were updating in real time, casualty estimates dropping. 0 deaths. Maybe a few injuries, nothing serious. We'd weathered the storm, proven that our training and defenses could handle a real threat. That's when I got cocky. I saw the walker stumbling toward Sophia, Carol's little girl who'd wandered too close to the fighting, frozen in fear. The same girl who'd died horribly in the original timeline, lost in the woods and reanimated in Herschel's barn. In this timeline, I'd been keeping a close eye on her, making sure that tragedy never happened. I moved without thinking, putting myself between her and the threat. My knife was already moving in a perfect arc toward the walker's skull. Easy kill, textbook execution. Except I didn't see the second walker. The Sharangan tracked everything, but even it had limits when I was moving at full speed, focused on a specific target. The second walker came from my blind spot. An old woman in a tattered nightgown, her movements faster than the typical shamble. Maybe she'd died more recently. Maybe she'd been an athlete in life. Whatever the reason, she was on me before I could adjust. Her teeth sank into my left forearm with shocking force. The pain was instant and white-hot. I felt her rotted teeth puncture through my jacket sleeve, through skin, grinding against muscle and tendon. For just a second, everything stopped. The world went silent. The system interface flickered with urgent red warnings. Then the old woman's head exploded as Andrea's bullet found its mark. I stumbled backward, staring down at my arm. Blood, my blood, was welling up through the tears of my jacket sleeve. I could see the perfect impression of teeth, the raggedness of the wound. A bite. A walker bite. The thing that meant death. The thing that meant infection. The thing that meant in a few hours, maybe a day, I'd be joining the ranks of the shambling dead. Except I knew something nobody else here knew. I was immune. The system had told me in the starter pack information. My blood was the cure. The virus couldn't affect me, but I'd never tested it. Never had reason to. It had been theoretical knowledge, a reassuring fact filed away in the back of my mind. Now it was very, very real. Ethan! Rick's voice cut through my shock. I looked up to see my father sprinting toward me, his face twisted with more terror than I'd ever seen. Not fear of the walkers, fear for me. No. No, no, no. God, please no. He reached me in seconds, grabbing my arm with shaking hands, staring at the wound like he could will it away. The fighting had stopped. Every eye in camp was on us. On the bite. On the death sentence that everyone knew it represented. Dad, I started, but he cut me off. How bad? How deep? His voice was cracking, the unflappable deputy barely holding it together. Maybe. Maybe if it's not deep enough. Maybe if we amputate. Rick. Shane was there too, his hand on Rick's shoulder, his face ashen. Brother, you know that won't work. The infection spreads too fast. If he's bitten, he's... Shane couldn't finish the sentence. Couldn't say the word. Dead. Carl's scream pierced the air. FN! My little brother was trying to fight his way past Lori, trying to reach me, sobbing. No, not Ethan! Please, not Ethan! The camp erupted in chaos, people backing away from me, weapons being raised, the awful calculus of survival kicking in. One infected person could doom them all. I saw Dale's stricken face, Glenn's horror. Andrea's weapon coming up, not pointed at me, but ready, just in case. Carol was holding Sophia, the little girl I'd just saved, and she was crying too. He saved her. He saved my baby, and now he's... Everyone calm down. Rick's voice cracked like a whip, his sheriff's authority reasserting itself through the grief. Nobody does anything. Nobody touches him. Just... His voice broke again. Just give us a minute. He pulled me away from the group, toward the edge of camp where we could have privacy. His hands were still shaking as they held my wounded arm. In the firelight, I could see tears tracking down his face. Ethan, son, I need you to listen to me. His voice was barely above a whisper. This isn't, you're not. He couldn't even form the words. The invincible leader, the rock of this camp, completely shattered by the thought of losing his eldest son. My heart broke for him. Dad, I said gently, it's okay. It's not okay. He choked on the word. We've got maybe hours before you turn. Before I have to. Before someone has to. He couldn't even say it. Couldn't articulate the horror of having to put down his own child. Dad, look at me. I waited until his eyes met mine. I need you to trust me. Can you do that? What are you talking about? Ethan, there's no cure. I'm immune. The words hung in the air between us. Rick stared at me like I'd started speaking another language. What? I'm immune to the virus. It can't affect me. That's why I've been so confident going on supply runs, getting close to walkers, taking risks nobody else would take. I can't get infected. That's not possible. Everyone who gets bitten turns. Everyone. We've seen it. Everyone except me. I pulled up my sleeve, revealing the wound in all its gruesome glory. The teeth marks were deep, ugly, still bleeding. Exactly the kind of injury that should be pumping the virus through my system right now. Watch. Give it a few minutes. You'll see. Rick's face was a battlefield of emotions. Hope warring with disbelief. Desperation fighting against the cruel reality that hope in this world usually led to more pain. Ethan, if you're wrong, I'm not wrong. I've known since the beginning. Since before the world ended. It's part of why I'm different. Why I can do the things I can do. You've known? You've known you were immune and you didn't tell me. I heard the anger beneath the fear, and I couldn't blame him. I didn't know how, and I never wanted to test it. But Dad, I'm telling you now, I can't turn. The virus can't affect me. My blood. I hesitated, then committed. My blood is the cure. Rick's eyes went wide. The cure? You mean... I mean if we can figure out how to synthesize it, how to replicate whatever makes me immune, we could cure this thing. We could actually end the apocalypse. For a long moment, he just stared at me. Then he pulled me into a crushing hug, and I felt his whole body shaking. Don't you ever scare me like that again. Don't you ever. God, Ethan, I thought I lost you. I thought I have to watch you die. I'm okay, Dad. I promise. I'm okay. We stayed like that for a minute, father and son, while the rest of the camp watched from a distance in confusion and fear. Finally, Rick pulled back, wiping his eyes quickly, trying to pull himself together. We need to show them. Prove it. Otherwise they'll never believe it, and they'll... He didn't finish, but I knew what he meant. They'd see me as a threat, a walking time bomb. They'd want me gone, or worse. I know. Give me an hour. If I'm not showing symptoms by then, that should be proof enough. Rick nodded slowly. An hour. And if you start to feel anything at all, I won't. Trust me. We walked back to the camp together. Every eye was on us, weapons still at the ready. Shane stepped forward, his face grave. Rick, you know what has to be done. I'll do it if you can't, but it has to be done before he turns. Nobody's doing anything, Rick said firmly. We're going to wait. Give it an hour. An hour? Dale spoke up, his voice heavy with sympathy. Rick, I understand he's your son, but we've all seen how fast the infection works. An hour might be too long. If he turns in camp, he won't turn. Rick's voice was steel. Trust me, 1 hour. Anyone who's got a problem with that can leave now. Nobody left. Whatever else could be said about our group, they trusted Rick. Even when it seemed like he was making a choice based on emotion rather than logic. I sat down by the fire, very deliberately staying in the center of camp where everyone could see me. If I was going to turn, they'd see it coming. That was the implicit promise. Glenn sat down across from me, his face pale but determined. If you start to turn, he said quietly, I'll make it quick, I promise. I smiled despite the morbid statement. Appreciate that, Glenn, but it won't be necessary. You sound pretty confident for a guy who just got bit. That's because I know something you don't. Andrea joined us, her weapon laid across her lap, her blue eyes sharp and assessing. You want to share that knowledge? Because right now, we're all waiting for you to become one of those things. In about 45 minutes, you're all going to realize I'm not like everyone else. The hour that followed was the longest of my life. Both lives, actually. I sat there in the firelight, surrounded by people watching me for the first signs of infection. The fever, the delirium, the death rattle that preceded reanimation. My arm throbbed where the walker had bitten me, but the pain was clean. Normal, not the burning infection I knew others experienced. The system was tracking my vitals, displaying them in a corner of my vision. Infection status, immin. Viral load, neuralized. Time elapsed, 34 minutes. I watched Carl crying in Lori's arms, his face buried against her shoulder. Too young to understand the concept of immunity, only knowing his big brother was bitten and bitten meant death. I watched Rick pacing like a caged animal, checking his watch every 30 seconds. I watched Shane's grip tighten and loosening on his weapon, preparing himself for what he thought would be necessary. At the 40-minute mark, Dale spoke up. "How are you feeling, son?" "Fine. Arm hurts, but that's normal for a bite wound. No fever, no nausea, no disorientation. I feel exactly like someone who got bitten by a set of particularly gross dentures." A few nervous laughs at that. The tension was still thick, but I could see doubt creeping in. I wasn't showing any symptoms. None of the warning signs they'd all learned to watch for. At 50 minutes, Rick crouched down in front of me, studying my face intensely. "Any changes? Anything at all?" "Nothing. Dad, I told you, I'm immune." "Let me see the wound." I rolled up my sleeve. The bite was ugly, ragged, still oozing a bit of blood. But, and this was the crucial part, it wasn't showing the telltale signs of Walker infection. The skin around it wasn't turning gray or black. There was no necrotic smell. It looked like what it was, a normal bite wound from a human mouth. Gross, but not supernatural. Rick's hand hovered over it, not quite touching. "This doesn't make sense. Everyone who gets bitten..." "Everyone except me," I finished. "I told you, I'm different." The hour mark passed. Then 5 minutes over, 10. I sat there, alive and uninfected, while the camp slowly began to process what they were seeing. "He's not turning," Andrea said softly, almost to herself. "He should be showing symptoms by now. Even if it's a slow infection, there should be something." "He's immune," Glenn said, his voice filled with wonder. "He's actually immune. That's impossible. That's a miracle," Dale finished, his eyes wide behind his glasses. Rick stood up, addressing the camp in his leader's voice. "What you just witnessed is going to stay between us for now. Nobody talks about this outside the camp. Nobody. Understood?" There were nods all around. People were starting to look at me differently now. Not with fear, but with something almost like awe. I could see the wheels turning in their heads. Immunity. A cure. Hope for the future. Carol approached slowly, Sophia clutching her hand. The little girl broke free and ran to me, throwing her arms around my neck. "Thank you for saving me," she whispered. I hugged her back, careful of my injured arm. "Anytime, sweetie. That's what I'm here for." Carol's eyes were red from crying. When I saw you'd been bitten because of Sophia, I thought I'd gotten you killed. I thought my daughter would have to live knowing she cost you your life." "Well, good news. I'm not dead, and Sophia's safe. That's all that matters." The camp slowly settled back into uneasy normalcy. The walkers had been dealt with, the breach in our defenses was being repaired, and the wounded were being tended to. 0 deaths, just as the system had projected once I'd taken control of the situation. A few injuries, mine being the most dramatic, but, ironically, the least dangerous. As dawn broke over the quarry, I found myself sitting with Rick and Shane, the 3 of us alone on the upper ridge. "Immune," Shane said, still trying to wrap his head around it. "You're actually immune to the bite. That's Jesus, kid. Do you know what that means?" "It means he's the most valuable person in this camp," Rick said quietly. Maybe the most valuable person left alive. If his blood really is the cure, we need scientists, I interjected. Medical equipment, labs, the ability to synthesize and mass produce whatever makes me immune. That's not something we can do here with camping supplies and desperation. But it's possible, Shane pressed. Theoretically possible, which means there's hope. Actual, real hope for ending this thing. I nodded slowly. Yeah, theoretically. But we need to find the right people, the right facilities. And we need to keep me alive and safe long enough to make it happen. Which just got a lot more complicated. Rick's face was grim. He's right. The second word gets out about his immunity, Ethan becomes a target. Every desperate group, every wannabe warlord, every survivor with nothing to lose. They all want a piece of him, want to control him, use him. So we keep it secret, Shane said. Like you told everyone. This stays in the camp. Secrets have a way of getting out, I said, thinking of the episodes to come. The governor, Negan, the various factions and communities that would emerge from the apocalypse. Eventually, people will find out. When they do, we need to be ready. Rick placed his hand on my shoulder. We'll protect you. Whatever it takes. You're my son, and you're... hell. You might be humanity's last hope. We won't let anything happen to you. I appreciated the sentiment, even if it was ironic. In terms of raw combat capability, I could probably take out both of them simultaneously without breaking a sweat. The Sharingan, the enhanced abilities, the lightsaber still waiting in my inventory. I was far from defenseless, but I understood what Rick meant. It wasn't about physical protection. It was about keeping me safe from the politics, the manipulation, the desperate choices people would make when they learned what I represented. There's something else, I said, making a decision. My immunity, it's not the only thing that makes me different. You've both seen things. My eyes, my speed, the way I seem to know things I shouldn't know. It's all connected. I wasn't always like this. Something changed in me right before the apocalypse started. I don't fully myself, but whatever made me immune also gave me other abilities, made me stronger, faster, better. Shane and Rick exchanged glances. They'd been dancing around this topic for days, neither wanting to push too hard, both aware that I was far from normal. How much better? Shane asked carefully. I activated the Sharingan, letting my eyes shift to their crimson state. Both men tensed, but neither reached for their weapons. They'd seen this before, during the Walker attack on the house, but seeing it in the calm light of dawn was different, more real. Better enough to keep this camp safe, I said. Better enough to change things. Better enough to actually have a shot at saving the world instead of just surviving in it. Rick studied my transformed eyes, his expression unreadable. Finally, he nodded. Okay. I don't understand it. I might never understand it. But I trust you. You're my son, no matter what color your eyes are or what abilities you have. We'll figure this out together. I deactivated the Sharingan, letting my eyes return to normal brown. Thanks, Dad. That means more than you know. As we headed back down to camp, I could feel the weight of what had just happened settling over me. The secret was out, at least partially. The camp knew I was immune. They'd seen me survive a walker bite with zero consequences. And while Rick had ordered them to keep it quiet, I knew human nature. Word would spread. Rumors would start. And eventually, the knowledge of my immunity would reach beyond our little quarry camp. The system seemed to agree. Major event complete. Immunity revealed. New status, recognized asset. Warding your immunity will spread beyond the camp within 72 hours. New quest available. The Gathering Storm. Objective. Prepare for increased attention from outside factions. Establish defensive measures and recruitment protocols. ****. Reward. 3,000 system points. Title. Living Cure. Time limit. 7 days. 72 hours. 3 days before other survivors learned about me. 3 days before the camp became a target for anyone desperate enough to try to take me by force or smart enough to try to ally with us. 3 days to prepare. I found Glenn helping to reinforce the southern ridge where the walkers had broken through. The kid was working with fierce determination, hauling rocks and timbers like his life depended on it. Which, I suppose, it did. Glenn, need to talk to you. He set down the timber he'd been carrying and wiped sweat from his forehead. What's up? And, how's the arm? Still not dead. I smiled despite the gravity of the situation. Still not dead. Arm hurts like hell, but I'll live. Which is kind of the point. Glenn, I need you to understand something. What happened tonight, what you saw, that's going to change everything. Word's going to get out that I'm immune. And when it does, this camp is going to become a target. His expression sobered. You think people will come for you? Try to take you. I think people will do a lot of desperate things when they learn there might be a cure. Some will want to ally with us, some will want to control us, some will want to take me apart and study me like a lab rat. We need to be ready for all of it. Glenn was quiet for a moment, processing. Then he nodded. What do you need me to do? I need you to be my eyes and ears. You're good with people, Glenn. They trust you. You notice things. I need you to watch for anyone who might be a security risk. Anyone who might talk to outsiders or try to use the information about me for their own gain. Can you do that? You want me to spy on our own people? I want you to help me protect them. Because if the wrong people find out about me before we're ready, this whole camp could get caught in the crossfire. I'm not trying to be paranoid, Glenn. I'm trying to be smart. He studied me for a long moment, then extended his hand. Okay, I'm in. But Ethan, you've got to promise me something. Promise me you won't become the kind of person who sees everyone as a potential threat. Don't let this thing, this gift or whatever it is, don't let it turn you into something you're not. I shook his hand, appreciating the wisdom in his words. I promise. That's why I need people like you around, to keep me honest, to remind me what we're fighting for. The rest of the day was spent in preparation. Rick, Shane, and I held a closed meeting with the core group. Dale, Andrea, Glenn, Carol, and the Morales family. We laid out the situation plainly. My immunity was real. It was probably genetic or viral, something that could theoretically be studied and replicated. And it made me, and by extension, the camp, a target. We need to establish better security, Shane said, pointing to a hand-drawn map of the quarry. More lookout posts. A proper patrol rotation. Early warning systems in case anyone approaches. We also need to get better armed, Andrea added. If people come looking for Ethan, they're not going to be scared off by a few hunting rifles. I can handle the weapons, I said. Everyone looked at me, and I shrugged. I've been finding supplies this whole time. I can find more. Military-grade equipment if we need it. Dale spoke up, his weathered face creased with concern. I understand the need for security, but we also need to think about the moral implications here. If Ethan really is immune, if his blood really could be the cure, don't we have an obligation to share that, to try to save as many people as possible? We will, Rick said firmly, but on our terms, when we're ready. when we have the infrastructure and security to do it safely. Rushing into this, broadcasting Ethan's immunity to every desperate survivor out there, that's a recipe for disaster. We need time to plan, time to find the right scientists and medical professionals, time to build something sustainable. Carol raised her hand tentatively. What about the government? The military? Surely they'd have the resources to study Ethan's immunity, develop a cure. I exchanged glances with Rick. How much to tell them? That the government was effectively gone? That the military had collapsed? That the CDC, the one institution that might have been able to help, was about to self-destruct? The government isn't coming, I said quietly. The military is scattered and overwhelmed. The infrastructure that would be needed to develop and distribute a cure, it's gone. We're on our own. The silence that followed was heavy. So, what do we do? Miranda Morales asked, her voice small. How do we protect ourselves against people who might want to take Ethan by force? We get stronger, I said simply. We train. We fortify. We recruit carefully. Only people we can trust. We build this camp into something that can't be easily overrun or intimidated. And we prepare for the attention that's coming. Because it is coming. The question is whether we'll be ready when it arrives. That night, I took first watch again, sitting on the ridge overlooking the camp. The fires were banked low, most people sleeping, trying to recover from the chaos of the walker attack. My arm throbbed dully where the walker had bitten me, but it was already starting to heal. The system had noted accelerated healing as one of my passive abilities. Apparently, immunity came with some fringe benefits. I pulled up the system store, scrolling through the available options. With nearly 4,000 points, I could make some significant purchases. But I had to be smart about it. Weapons and equipment were useful, but they could be explained away as lucky finds. What I really needed were force multipliers. Things that would make the camp stronger without raising too many questions. I started with practical infrastructure, an advanced water filtration system for 500 points. I could install it at the lake and claim I'd found it in an abandoned camping supply store. A solar panel array for 800 points. Backup power that I could say came from a survivalist stash. Medical supplies for another 300. Antibiotics, painkillers, surgical equipment, all things we desperately needed. Then I moved to the defensive equipment. Motion sensors for 200 points. I could place them around the perimeter and claim they were scavenged from a security company. Tactical radios for 300 points. Communication was key if we were going to coordinate defenses. Body armor for another 500, enough for our core security team. By the time I was done, I'd spent 2,800 points, but the camp would be significantly better equipped to handle threats. I'd need to stage the discoveries carefully over the next few days, make it look natural. But it would be worth it. The system chimed softly. New skill available. Blood synthesis. Cost. 5,000 system points. Description. Allows you to create viable samples of your immune blood for medical research or emergency treatment. Samples remain stable for 72 hours. I stared at the notification. 5,000 points, more than I'd ever spent on a single item. But the implications were enormous. I could create samples of my blood for study without having to drain myself. I could potentially treat people who'd been bitten, buy them time, maybe even cure them. This was exactly the kind of ability I'd need if I was going to save lives going forward. But I didn't have 5,000 points. Not yet. Guess I need to work harder, I muttered to myself. Talking to yourself is the first sign of madness. I turned to find Andrea climbing up to the ridge, her rifle slung over her shoulder. She settled down next to me, gazing out at the darkness beyond the camp. Couldn't sleep? I asked. Hard to sleep when you've just watched a 17-year-old survive something that should have killed him. She glanced at me sideways. You're really immune. That's not going to go away, or wear off, or turn out to be a temporary thing. As far as I know, it's permanent. Part of my DNA or something. I've been immune since before the world ended. And you never thought to mention it? Would you have believed me if I'd walked into camp and said, "Hey everyone, I'm immune to zombie bites"? You'd have thought I was crazy. Everyone would have. The only reason anyone believes it now is because they saw proof. She nodded slowly. Fair point. So what now? You become our mascot? Our lucky charm? The living proof that humanity has a future? I become a target, I said bluntly. And everyone in this camp becomes collateral damage if someone decides they want what I have badly enough. Andrea was silent for a long moment. Then she said, You're planning for war, aren't you? I've seen you talking to Rick and Shane. Seen you cataloging weapons and defenses. You think it's going to come to that? I think it's better to prepare for war and not need it, than need it and not be prepared. People do crazy things when they're desperate, Andrea. They'll do even crazier things when they think they found hope. My immunity, that's hope. And hope makes people dangerous. She laughed softly, but there was no humor in it. You know what's weird? You talk like someone who's seen all this before. Like you know exactly how it's going to play out. Like you're reading from a script that the rest of us don't have access to. My heart rate picked up slightly, but I kept my voice calm. I just think ahead. Try to anticipate problems before they become disasters. Right. Think ahead. She didn't sound convinced, but she didn't push. Well, for what it's worth, I'm glad you're on our side, Ethan. This world is scary enough without wondering if the guy with the magic immunity is going to use it against us. I'd never. I know. I can see it in how you are with your family. With Carl. The way you threw yourself in front of Sophia without hesitation. You're a protector. It's who you are. She stood up, shouldering her rifle again. Just don't forget to protect yourself too, okay? Because if you go down, a lot of people's hope goes down with you. She left me alone on the ridge, and I sat there thinking about her words. A protector. Was that what I was? I had the power to change things, to save people, to prevent the tragedies I knew were coming. But power and responsibility were two sides of the same coin. Every person I saved was another person who'd depend on me. Every change I made to the timeline was another butterfly effect I couldn't predict. The weight of it all was staggering. But I'd asked for this. Or rather, I'd been given this chance and chosen to take it. I was Ethan Grimes, son of Rick Grimes, immune to the virus, bearer of impossible powers, holder of knowledge that could change everything. And I was just getting started. Over the next 2 days, word began to leak out exactly as the system had predicted. One of the camp members mentioned the bite to a friend during a supply run to a nearby town. That friend told someone else. Within 48 hours, we started seeing signs of increased interest in our camp. Strange vehicles spotted in the distance. Scouts watching us from the tree line. Radio chatter on frequencies we'd been monitoring. Survivors discussing the kid who can't turn and the immune one at the quarry. The rumors were spreading faster than I'd anticipated, and they were getting more elaborate with each retelling. Some people claimed I'd been bitten dozens of times. Others said I could cure the infection with a touch. A few even suggested I was patient zero, that I'd started the whole apocalypse and was now immune to my own creation. None of it was true, but truth mattered less than perception. And the perception was that I was valuable. Worth finding. Worth taking. Rick called an emergency camp meeting on the evening of the second day. I'm not going to sugarcoat this, he said. his voice carrying across the assembled survivors. Word is out about Ethan's immunity. We're starting to see increased activity around the camp. Scouts, observers, people who aren't part of our group watching us. Some might be friendly. Some might be looking to join us. But some might have other intentions. You mean they might try to take him? Dale said quietly. That's exactly what I mean. So we're implementing new security protocols as of now. No one goes outside the camp perimeter alone. Supply runs are minimum 3 people, all armed. We're doubling the watch. And if anyone approaches the camp, they're stopped at the outer perimeter and questioned before they're allowed anywhere near the center. You're turning us into a fortress, Carol observed. I'm keeping us alive, Rick corrected. This camp has been built on cooperation and trust. That doesn't change. But we also need to be realistic about the threats we're facing. Ethan's immunity makes him valuable, and that makes all of us targets by association. We protect him, we protect ourselves. Sophia raised her hand, the little girl's voice piping up. Does this mean Ethan can't play with me anymore? The question was so innocent, so childlike, that it broke the tension. A few people even smiled. I walked over and crouched down next to her. I'll always have time to play with you, Sophia, but I might need to bring some friends along to keep us safe. That okay? She nodded seriously. Okay, as long as we can still play. That night, the first real contact came. I was on watch with Glenn when the motion sensors I'd secretly installed started pinging. 3 vehicles approaching from the east, moving slowly, deliberately. Not trying to hide, but not exactly announcing themselves either. Glenn, get Rick and Shane, now. He took off running while I activated my Sharingan, scanning the approaching vehicles. The system was already analyzing them. 3 vehicles detected. Vehicle 1, pickup truck, 4 occupants. Vehicle 2, SUV, 6 occupants. Threat assessment, unknown. Recommended action, defensive posture, await identification. Rick and Shane arrived within a minute, both armed and alert. The vehicles had stopped about 100 yards from our camp, just outside the perimeter we'd established. Their headlights illuminated the darkness, and I could see figures climbing out, hands visible and empty. Friendly approach, Shane noted. They're not trying to sneak up on us. Or they're smart enough to know sneaking wouldn't work, I countered. Could be a feint. A voice called out from the darkness, amplified by a megaphone. Hello, the camp. We're survivors from Noonan, about 40 miles south. We heard you've got someone immune to the bite. We're not here to cause trouble. We just want to talk. Rick exchanged glances with Shane and me. What do you think? Could be legitimate, Shane said. Could also be the advance team for something bigger. I was scanning the area with the Sharingan, looking for signs of an ambush. Nothing visible, but that didn't mean nothing was there. Let me talk to them first. If it goes bad, I can handle myself. Like hell, Rick said immediately. You're not going out there alone. Dad, I'm the one they want to talk to. And I'm the one who can see if they're lying. I tapped my temple, indicating my eyes. Trust me, if this goes sideways, I'll retreat immediately. Rick clearly didn't like it, but he nodded. 5 minutes? You're not back in 5 minutes. We come in shooting. I walked out to meet them, my hands visible, but my Sharingan active under the darkness. As I got closer, I could make out the people more clearly. 10 survivors in total, ranging from a middle-aged couple to a few younger people, all looking tired and desperate but not overtly hostile. The man with the megaphone lowered it as I approached. He was maybe 40, with graying hair and the weathered look of someone who'd done hard labor, You're him, aren't you? The immune kid. I'm Ethan Grimes. And yeah, I'm immune. Who are you? Name's Marcus Webb. These are my people. He gestured to the others. We've been trying to survive in Newnan since this whole thing started. Lost a lot of good people. Then we heard the rumors about a camp up here with someone who couldn't be infected. Someone who might be the cure. I'm not a cure, I said carefully. I'm immune. There's a difference. But your blood, one of the women started. My blood might have properties that could lead to a cure, I interrupted. But that requires scientists, equipment, research. Things we don't have right now. I'm not a magic bullet. I'm just a survivor who happens to have a genetic advantage. I could see the disappointment on their faces, hope deflating in real time. This was going to be a recurring theme, I realized. People building me up in their minds as a solution to all their problems, then crashing when they learned the reality was more complicated. But, I continued, if you're looking for a safe place, a community that's organized and defended, we might be able to help. We're always looking for people who can contribute, who can work together, who aren't going to cause problems. Marcus's eyes lit up. You're offering us a place? In your camp? I'm saying we can talk about it. You'd need to agree to our rules. Pull your weight, submit to a trial period. But if you're looking for safety and you're willing to be part of something bigger than just survival, then yeah, we might have a place for you. The relief on their faces was palpable. These were people at the end of their rope, running on fumes, desperate for any kind of stability. They weren't a threat. They were exactly the kind of survivors we needed. People with skills, experience, determination. Thank you, Marcus said, and his voice was shaking. Thank you. We've been on the road for 3 days. Lost our camp to a herd. We've got 2 kids with us. A couple of folks with medical training, a mechanic, a farmer. We can contribute. We just need a chance. I nodded. Park your vehicles over by those rocks. My father will come talk to you. Rick Grimes, he's the leader here. We'll get you settled, get you fed and watered. Tomorrow we'll talk about integration. As I walked back to the camp, I could feel the system chiming with notifications. New survivors located 10. Skills identified: medical X2, mechanical, agricultural, general labor. Integration probability high. Camp population projected 38. New quest progress: The Gathering Storm 15%. Rick met me at the perimeter. Well, they're legitimate, desperate, but not hostile. They've got skills we can use: medical training, mechanical knowledge, farming experience. I think they'd be a good addition. You trust them? I'd been watching them with the sharing on, reading body language, assessing sincerity. As much as I trust anyone we've just met, they're not lying about being refugees. They really did lose their camp, and they're genuinely looking for safety, not trying to scope us out for something else. Rick studied me for a moment, then nodded. All right, we'll give them a chance, but they're on probation. Any sign of trouble, they're out. Fair enough. The integration of the Newnan survivors went smoothly over the next day. They were so grateful to have a safe place that they threw themselves into camp duties with enthusiasm. The 2 with medical training, a former nurse named Jackie and a paramedic named Tom, immediately started cataloging our medical supplies and setting up a proper infirmary. Marcus turned out to be a skilled carpenter, and he began working with Dale on fortifying our structures. The farmer, an older woman named Mrs. Chen, took one look at our food situation and started making plans for a garden. But the most interesting addition was Marcus's daughter, Amy. No relation to Andrea's sister, but a sharp 16-year-old who seemed to gravitate toward me immediately. So you're really immune? She asked, watching me work on reinforcing one of the watch posts. Really immune. Tested and verified. That must be scary, knowing everyone's looking at you like you're some kind of savior. I glanced at her, surprised by her perception. It's a lot of pressure, yeah. My dad thinks you're going to cure the plague and save the world. She said it matter-of-factly, without judgment. I told him that's a lot to put on one person, even if you are immune. Your dad seems like a good guy. He is. He's just desperate. We all are. This world, she gestured at the camp, the quarry, the distance. It's not what anyone expected. People are looking for hope anywhere they can find it. You represent that hope. What about you? What do you think? She considered the question seriously. I think you're probably going to end up being really important. Either you'll help save humanity, or you'll die trying and take a lot of people's hope with you. Either way, you're going to change things. Out of the mouths of babes, or teenagers anyway. She was right, of course. My immunity made me a pivot point in this new world. Everything would revolve around protecting me, studying me, potentially using me to develop a cure. The question was whether I could control that narrative or whether it would control me. That night, as I lay in my tent trying to sleep, the system presented me with a new notification. Alert! Major faction detected. Location: 15 miles northeast. Faction name: unknown. Size: estimated 5,100 individuals. Intent: information gathering. Threat level: moderate to high. Recommendation: increased security measures. So it was starting. The larger groups were beginning to notice us. The rumors of my immunity had spread far enough that organized factions were sending scouts. This was the beginning of the politics, the power plays, the conflicts that would define the later seasons of the show. But I had advantages the original survivors never had. I knew the patterns. I knew how these factions operated, and I had the power to actually defend against them. The Governors Woodbury, Negan's Saviors, the Whisperers, all the major threats were still in their infancy or hadn't emerged yet. I had time to prepare, time to build something strong enough to withstand them, time to save the people who died in the original timeline. But first, I needed to survive the next few days, because according to the system's projections, someone was coming. Someone dangerous, and they were coming for me. The gathering storm was about to break, and I'd be ready. End of episode 4. The Bite of Immunity. Episode 5. Upgrades and a New Allegiance. The morning after the Noonan survivors arrived, I woke up to find my system interface blinking with an urgent notification I'd been waiting for. Level up. Current level, 5. New system points earned, 500. Total system points, 2,445. New features unlocked. Skill tree access. Companion enhancement protocol. Advanced store categories. Congratulations, you have proven your capability as a survivor and leader. Enhanced features are now available. ****. I sat up in my tent, a grin spreading across my face despite the early hour. This was what I'd been grinding toward. The level threshold that would unlock the real power of the system. The daily quests and survival objectives had been building toward this moment, and now I had access to tools that could transform not just me, but everyone around me. I pulled up the skill tree interface, and my jaw dropped. The display that materialized before my eyes was intricate and beautiful, a branching web of interconnected abilities, each node glowing with potential. At the center was my current skill set: Basic Combat Mastery, Sharingan 3 Tomoe, Strategic Mind of Itachi Uchiha, Enhanced Physical Attributes. From each of these core abilities, branches extended outward into specialized paths. From Combat Mastery, I could branch into Advanced Weapons Training, Hand-to-Hand Combat Specialization, Tactical Leadership, or Combat Meditation. Each of those had their own sub-branches. Advanced Weapons Training led to Marksman Elite, Blade Master, or Explosive Expert. The tree went on for what looked like dozens of levels deep. The Sharingan tree was even more impressive. I could upgrade to Mangekyo Sharingan for a steep 10,000 points, which would unlock abilities like Amaterasu, Tsukuyomi, and Susanoo. Below that were more accessible upgrades: Enhanced Prediction, Genjutsu Basics, Chakra Perception. Each would make me exponentially more dangerous. But what really caught my attention was the new Companion Enhancement Protocol. Companion Enhancement Protocol. Current companions: Glenri. Available enhancements: Physical Conditioning, improve base physical stats. Skill Implantation, grant specific abilities. Loyalty Reinforcement, strengthen emotional bonds. Combat Synchronization, improve tactical coordination. I could actually upgrade the people around me. Not to my level. The system made it clear that companion enhancements were scaled down versions of my own abilities, but enough to make them significantly more capable. Glenn could become a better fighter, a faster runner, a more perceptive scout, and if I brought others into my inner circle, into this companion system, I could build a core team that would be unstoppable. The implications were staggering. I spent the next hour studying the skill trees, plotting out optimal paths with Itachi's strategic mind analyzing every option. I needed to balance immediate survival needs with long-term goals. Raw power versus tactical flexibility. Personal enhancement versus group capability. Finally, I made my first major decision. I navigated to the advanced store categories that had just unlocked. The basic store had offered weapons, supplies, and simple equipment. The advanced store was something else entirely. Advanced store equipment. Tactical combat armor, light, 1,500 points. Tactical combat armor, medium, 2,500 points. Tactical combat armor, heavy, 4,000 points. Stealth suit, active camouflage, 3,000 points. Regenerative body armor, 5,000 points. I scrolled through the options, each more impressive than the last. The regenerative body armor would heal minor wounds automatically and was virtually indestructible. But 5,000 points was more than I had. The stealth suit would make me nearly invisible, perfect for scouting and infiltration, but active camouflage would be nearly impossible to explain to the others. No, I needed something practical, something that would enhance my survivability without raising too many questions. Something I could claim to have scavenged from a military installation or police armory. Adaptive Tactical Vest, 1,800 points. That description: military-grade protective vest with adaptive plating that adjusts to threats. Provides protection against blunt force, blade attacks, and small arms fire. Self-repairing nanoweave maintains integrity even after damage. Appears as standard tactical gear to observers. ****. Special properties: weight distribution enhancement, integrated communication system, environmental adaptation. ****. Perfect. It looked like normal tactical gear, which meant I could wear it openly without drawing attention. But it was actually advanced enough to stop walker bites, knife attacks, even most gunfire. The self-repairing property meant it would last indefinitely, and the weight distribution would make me even faster and more agile in combat. I made the purchase, watching my points drop to 645. The vest materialized in my inventory, and I pulled it out, examining it in the dim morning light filtering through my tent. It looked and felt like high-quality but conventional tactical gear. Black fabric with reinforced plating, multiple pockets and attachment points, adjustable straps. Nothing that would make someone think impossibly advanced technology. But I could feel the difference. The material was lighter than it should be. The plating somehow both flexible and incredibly strong. I strapped it on over my shirt, adjusting the fit. Immediately, I felt the weight distribution kick in. What should have been 15 or 20 pounds of gear felt like almost nothing. My movements felt smoother, less restricted. This was going to make a huge difference in combat situations. Next, I turned to the skill tree. I had 645 points left, not enough for any of the major upgrades, but enough to invest in some fundamental improvements. I studied the branches extending from my strategic mind ability, looking for something that would give me an edge in the coming conflicts. Tactical precognition, 500 points. Description. Enhancement to strategic processing allows for prediction of enemy actions 5-10 seconds in advance during combat situations. Combines analytic deduction with pattern recognition for near future sight. ****. Synergy with Sharangan. High. 500 points was steep, but this ability would make me nearly untouchable in fights. Combined with the Sharangan's enhanced perception, I'd be able to see attacks coming before they happened. Not true precognition. I wouldn't see lottery numbers or distant future events. But in the chaos of combat, 5 to 10 seconds of warning would make me seem almost supernatural. I made the purchase. The points dropped to 145, and I felt the ability integrate into my consciousness. It was subtle at first, like a new sense slowly waking up. I could feel patterns forming in my mind, probability calculations running in the background, tactical scenarios playing out before they happened. It would take practice to use effectively, but I could already tell this was going to be a game changer. A voice outside my tent made me dismiss the system interface quickly. "Ethan, you awake?" Rick. I could hear the worry in his voice. Ever since the walker bite, he'd been checking on me constantly, like he expected me to suddenly drop dead despite all evidence that I was fine. "Yeah, Dad, coming out." I emerged from the tent to find him standing there with 2 cups of coffee. Real coffee, not the instant stuff, which meant someone had made a successful supply run to an abandoned grocery store. He handed me one, studying my face in the early morning light. "How's the arm?" I flexed it, feeling only a dull ache from the healing bite wound. "Better every day. Told you, I'm fine." "Humor your old man and let me worry anyway." He took a sip of his coffee, his eyes moving to the tactical vest I was wearing. "That's new. Found it yesterday when I was checking the perimeter. Must have been dropped by a National Guard unit or something. Figured it couldn't hurt to have extra protection." Rick reached out and tapped the vest's plating. "Good gear. Military grade. You're lucky it fits." If only he knew how lucky I actually was. "Yeah. Seems like my size. Thought I'd wear it on supply runs, just in case." "Smart." He paused, and I could see something else weighing on him. "Listen, we need to talk. About what happened with those survivors from Noonan. About your immunity. About what's coming." I gestured toward the edge of camp, away from the others who were starting to wake up. We walked in silence until we were out of earshot, standing on the ridge overlooking the quarry lake. The sun was just starting to paint the water in shades of gold and orange. It would have been beautiful if we weren't living in the apocalypse. Shane and I have been talking, Rick started, his voice low. We think the Noonan group is just the beginning. Word's spreading faster than we anticipated. That faction the system mentioned, the one 15 miles northeast, Shane went out yesterday to scout. Found evidence of a much larger group than we thought. Maybe 200 people. Maybe more. And they're organized. Military discipline. Fortified position. The works. My blood ran cold. 200 people? That was bigger than anything I'd expected this early in the timeline. In the original show, the largest groups hadn't emerged until much later. The Governors Woodbury, Negan's saviors. But then again, I'd already changed so much. Rick being awake from the start, the camp being established earlier, my immunity being known. I'd created a butterfly effect, and now the consequences were manifesting. Did Shane make contact? I asked. Negative. He stayed hidden, just observed. But Ethan, these people are serious. They've got vehicles, weapons, fortifications. And based on what Shane overheard from their patrols, they know about you. They're calling you the Immune, like it's a title. They're debating whether to make contact or just take you by force. I processed this information through Itachi's strategic mind, running scenarios. A group that size, with a military organization, would steamroll our camp if they decided to attack. We had maybe 40 people now with the Noonan survivors, and maybe half of them could fight effectively. Against 200 trained and equipped hostiles, we'd be massacred. Unless I change the equation. We need to make ourselves too valuable to attack, I said slowly, the plan forming as I spoke. Right now, they see me as a resource to be taken. We need to make them see our whole camp as something worth allying with instead of conquering. How do we do that? I turned to look at the camp below us. Our people going about their morning routines. Glenn helping Dale with the RV, Andrea teaching her sister Amy, the other Amy, how to properly clean a rifle. Carol making breakfast over the fire with Sophia helping. The Morales family organizing supply inventories. Marcus and his crew already working on fortifications. These were good people, capable people. But they weren't soldiers. They weren't prepared for the kind of conflict that was coming. I needed to change that. We upgrade everyone, I said. We turn this camp into something more than just a refugee shelter. We make it a fortress. A community that any smart faction would want to ally with rather than fight. And we do it fast. Rick studied me, and I could see the calculations happening behind his eyes. He was a smart man, a natural leader, and he could see I had something in mind. What are you thinking? I'm thinking it's time to stop hiding what I can do. Not all of it. We keep the Sharangan and the really weird stuff under wraps. But the supply runs, the way I always seem to know where to find things, let's use that. I can equip this entire camp with better weapons, better gear, better supplies than any group our size should have. Make us look like we've got a massive hidden cache or powerful connections. And when people ask where it's all coming from, we say we found a National Guard depot, or a survivalist compound, or a military base. Pick a story and stick to it. The point is, we show strength. We show capability. We show that attacking us would be costly, but allying with us would be beneficial. Rick nodded slowly. It's risky. If we show too much strength too fast, we might just make ourselves a bigger target. We're already a target, Dad. I'm a target. The question is whether we're a soft target or a hard one. I vote for hard. A small smile crossed his face. When did you get so tactical? I almost laughed. If only he knew I had the strategic mind of one of the most brilliant tacticians in anime history running my thought processes. Guess the apocalypse will do that to you. Alright, let's do it, but we're smart about it. Gradual rollout. Make it look like successful supply runs rather than magic. And Ethan, whatever you're doing, whatever this ability is that lets you find things, I trust you, but be careful. The more you reveal, the more questions people will ask. I know. I'll be careful. We headed back to camp to find Shane already organizing the morning patrol. He saw us approaching and waved us over. Got movement on the North Ridge, he reported. Single individual, approaching on foot. Doesn't look armed, but keeping their distance. They've been sitting up there for about 20 minutes, just watching the camp. I activated my Sharingan discreetly, focusing on the North Ridge. The crimson eyes picked out details at a distance that normal vision couldn't manage. A figure sitting on a rock outcropping, definitely watching us. Female, based on the build and profile. Young, maybe early 20s. And she was holding something, binoculars or a scope, studying our camp carefully. Let me go talk to her, I said. Alone? No way. Rick's protective instincts kicked in immediately. Dad, if she wanted to attack, she'd have done it already or brought friends. She's scouting, sure, but she's doing it openly. That suggests she might want to make contact, but isn't sure how. Let me go up there, see what she wants. If it goes bad, I can handle myself. Shane and Rick exchanged glances. Finally, Shane sighed. Take a radio. Any trouble, you call it in immediately. And kid, don't do anything stupid. I grinned. Would I do that? Yes, they said in unison. Fair enough. I grabbed a radio and made my way toward the North Ridge, moving openly so the watcher wouldn't feel ambushed. As I got closer, I could make out more details. She was definitely in her early 20s, with dark hair pulled back in a practical ponytail. She wore hiking gear that looked well used. Cargo pants, boots, a tactical jacket that had seen better days. A crossbow lay across her lap, and I could see the tension in her shoulders as I approached. Smart girl, wary. That was good. In this world, the trusting ones didn't last long. Morning, I called out when I was about 20 feet away, keeping my hands visible. Nice view from up here. She turned to face me fully, and I got my first good look at her face. Striking features, sharp cheekbones, intense dark eyes, a scar cutting through her left eyebrow. She looked tired, like she'd been on the road for a while, but there was a hardness to her that spoke of survival, of capability. You're him, she said. Not a question, a statement. The immune. I'm Ethan Grimes, and yeah, I'm immune. Who are you? Mara Chen. No relation to Mrs. Chen in your camp before you ask. It's a common name. She studied me with an intensity that reminded me of Andrea's analytic gaze. I've been tracking the rumors about you for 3 days. Wanted to see if they were true. And what's the verdict? You're younger than I expected. The stories made you sound like some kind of superhuman warrior. You're just a kid. I smiled slightly, lowering myself to sit on a rock a comfortable distance from her. Non-threatening, but not backing down either. Just a kid who happens to be immune to the virus that ended the world. Just a kid who has kept a camp of 40 people alive and supplied in the middle of the apocalypse. Just a kid. Sure. She almost smiled at that. Fair point. How'd you know I was up here? Good vision. And your friend isn't as subtle as he thinks he is. Her eyes widened slightly. What friend? I pointed to a cluster of trees about 30 yards to her left. The guy with the rifle who's been covering you this whole time. Tell him he might want to adjust his position. the sun's reflecting off his scope. Mara's hand moved to her crossbow, but she didn't raise it. Instead, she let out a low whistle. A moment later, a man emerged from the tree line. Older, maybe 40, with military bearing and a hunting rifle slung over his shoulder. He looked embarrassed. "Sorry, Mara. Told you the kid might spot me." "It's fine, Marcus. Come here." "Wait, Marcus?" I studied the man more carefully as he approached, and recognition hit me. Not Marcus Webb from the Newnan group. Different Marcus. This one moved like a soldier, carried himself with the confidence of professional military training, and judging by the way Mara deferred to him, he was either her partner or her leader. "I'm Marcus Torres," he said, extending a hand carefully. "Former Army Ranger. Mara and I have been surviving together since Atlanta fell. We heard about your camp, about your immunity. Wanted to check it out before making contact." I shook his hand, reading their body language with the Sharagon. No deception that I could detect. Genuine curiosity and a healthy dose of caution. They were survivors, skilled ones, and they were looking for something. Safety, maybe. Or a purpose, or hope. "What do you want?" I asked directly. Mara and Marcus exchanged glances. Finally, Mara spoke. "We want to know if the rumors are true. Not just about your immunity. We can see you're alive and healthy despite supposedly being bitten. But the other rumors. That you're building something more than just a refugee camp. That you've got supplies and weapons appearing like magic. That you seem to know things before they happen." She leaned forward slightly. "I want to know if you're someone worth following." There it was. The real question. The one that mattered. These two weren't just looking for shelter. They were looking for leadership, for someone who can navigate this new world with confidence and capability. Someone who seemed to have answers when everyone else just had more questions. I could brush them off, send them to talk to Rick, integrate them into the camp as regular survivors, play it safe. Or I could take a risk, bring them into my inner circle, start building the core team I'd need for what was coming. Itachi's strategic mind analyzed the options, running probability trees and outcome scenarios. These two were skilled. Marcus with military training, Mara with survival expertise. They'd be assets. But more than that, they were showing initiative, intelligence, the ability to think strategically about who to ally with. Those were rare qualities. And there was something else. Something the system was telling me in subtle pings of information. Potential companion detected. Merit Chen. Compatibility. High. Loyalty potential. High. Recommendation. Recruitment advised. The system wanted her in my group. And looking at Mara, seeing the intelligence and determination in her eyes, I was inclined to agree. "Come with me," I said, standing up. "I'll show you what we're building. Then you can decide for yourself if it's worth joining." I led them back to camp, radioing ahead to let Rick and Shane know I was bringing guests. By the time we arrived, my father was waiting at the perimeter with his sheriff's deputy stance, friendly but watchful, ready to be welcoming or threatening as the situation required. "Dad, this is Mara Chen and Marcus Torres, former Army Ranger," I added, gesturing to Marcus. "They've been surviving on their own, heard about the camp, wanted to check us out before making contact." Rick's posture relaxed slightly at the mention of military service. He and Marcus sized each other up with a mutual respect of men who understood discipline and duty. "Army Ranger, huh? We could use someone with tactical training. I'm Rick Grimes, former sheriff's deputy. This is my son, Ethan." "Your son's the one with the immunity?" Marcus asked. That's right. Must be hard, knowing the whole world wants a piece of him. Rick's jaw tightened. We manage. And anyone who wants to take him by force is going to have to go through me first. I saw approval flash across Marcus's face. A father willing to fight for his son. That was something he could understand and respect. Not here to take anyone by force, Sheriff. Just here to see if what we heard is true. Then let me give you the tour, I said, gesturing to the camp. For the next hour, I walked Mara and Marcus through our operation, pointing out the defensive measures, the organization, the efficiency of how we'd structured everything. They saw the fortifications Shane and Marcus Webb had built, the infirmary Jackie and Tom were running, the supply storage and inventory system, the training area where Andrea was teaching firearms safety. But what really got their attention was when I took them to the supply cache. This is what we've been able to scavenge over the past week, I said, opening the storage tent. Inside were rows of equipment and supplies that would make any survivor group jealous. Military-grade weapons, ammunition, medical supplies, food stores, tactical gear, water filtration systems. Mara's eyes went wide. This is impossible. There's no way a group your size could have gathered all this in a week. We got lucky, I said with a careful shrug. Found a National Guard depot that had been overlooked. Found a survivalist compound where the owner didn't make it. Combined with systematic scavenging and smart supply runs, you can accumulate a lot in a short time. She didn't look entirely convinced, but Marcus was nodding. Organized scavenging can be surprisingly effective if you know what you're doing, and it looks like you know what you're doing. We try. I paused, then decided to push a little. We're always looking for people with skills. Medical, military, engineering, farming. We need it all. But more than skills, we need people who can think strategically, who understand that surviving isn't enough anymore. We need to build something that can last, something that can grow, something that can actually thrive instead of just not dying. That's a hell of a vision for a 17-year-old, Mara said. The apocalypse makes you grow up fast. She studied me for a long moment, and I could see her making calculations, weighing options. Finally, she looked at Marcus. What do you think? I think this is the most organized operation I've seen since the military collapsed. I think they've got leadership, resources, and a plan. I think... He turned to me. You're not telling us everything, kid, but whatever secrets you're keeping, you're using them to keep people alive. That's enough for me. Mara nodded slowly. Agreed. But I want to be clear about something, Ethan. If I join your camp, I'm not just going to be another survivor taking orders and pulling my weight. I want to be part of the inner circle, part of the decision-making. I've been surviving on my own for too long to just be a follower. This was it, the moment the system had been building toward. I could feel the weight of the decision. Bringing her into my true confidence would mean revealing more than I'd shown anyone except Rick. It would mean trusting her with knowledge that could be dangerous in the wrong hands. But it would also mean having someone genuinely capable in my core team. Someone who could be trained, enhanced through the companion protocol, shaped into a real asset for what was coming. I made my choice. Okay, but if I bring you in, really bring you in, you need to understand something. There are things about me, about what I can do, that go beyond just being immune. Things I haven't shown the wider camp because they wouldn't understand. If I show you, if I trust you with that, you're all in. No backing out, no questioning, no spreading information. You're part of my team, and you follow my lead. Can you do that? Mara's eyes narrowed, but I could see the curiosity burning behind them. Show me first, then I'll decide. Fair enough. I led her and Marcus away from the main camp. up to a secluded area on the upper ridge. Rick saw us going and started to follow, but I waved him off with a gesture that said, "Trust me." He didn't look happy about it, but he stayed back. Once we were alone, I turned to face them. What I'm about to show you needs to stay between us. Rick knows some of it, but not all of it. If you can't agree to absolute secrecy, we turn around right now, and you join the camp as regular survivors. Your choice. Marcus and Mara looked at each other. Some silent communication passed between them. These two had clearly been surviving together long enough to develop that kind of wordless understanding. Finally, Mara nodded. "All right, show us." I activated the Sharangan. The transformation was instant, my brown eyes bleeding to crimson red, the three Tamoi appearing and rotating slowly around my pupils. I watched the reactions carefully. Shock, yes. Maybe a touch of fear, but also fascination. "What the hell?" Marcus started. "These eyes let me see things normal people can't," I explained, my voice calm and matter-of-fact. "Enhanced perception, perfect recall, the ability to predict movements and analyze situations in real time. It's part of what makes me different. Part of why I seem to know things I shouldn't know." I deactivated the Sharangan, letting my eyes return to normal. "That's not all. I have abilities. Call them gifts, call them mutations, call them whatever you want, that go beyond the immunity. I'm stronger than I should be. Faster. I can do things that would seem impossible to normal people. And I can help others do the same." "Help others?" Mara's voice was barely a whisper. "What do you mean?" This was the real test. The moment where I revealed the companion enhancement protocol. Where I offer them something no one else in this camp, no one else in this world, could offer. I mean, I can make you better, enhance your abilities, make you stronger, faster, more capable. It's not magic. It's something in my biology, something I can share with people I trust. But it requires absolute loyalty, absolute commitment to what we're building here. I pulled up the system interface, making it visible only to me, and checked the companion protocol options for Mara. The costs were there. 500 points to bring her into the system fully, then additional points for specific enhancements. It would drain my current reserves completely. But if she was worth it, and looking at her face, at the hunger for power and purpose I saw there, I knew she was worth it. "Why would you offer this?" Marcus asked suspiciously. "What do you get out of it?" "Loyalty," I said simply. "Capability. People I can trust absolutely when things go bad, and they will go bad. That faction 15 miles from here, they're just the beginning. There are going to be larger groups, more dangerous threats. The Governor, the Saviors, the Whisperers. Groups you haven't heard of yet, but that are already forming. I need people who can stand with me when those threats emerge. People who are strong enough, skilled enough, loyal enough to see this through." "You talk like you know the future," Mara said softly. "I talk like someone who thinks ahead, who plans for contingencies, who understands that surviving the apocalypse isn't enough. We need to thrive in it." I met her eyes directly. "So I'll ask you again. Are you in? Really in? Because if you are, I can give you power you've never imagined, but it comes with a price. Your absolute loyalty to me and my family." The silence stretched for a long moment. I could see Mara wrestling with a decision, weighing the risks against the potential rewards. Marcus was watching her, deferring to her judgment despite his military experience. Interesting dynamic. He might be older and more trained, but she was clearly the decision-maker between them. Finally, Mara extended her hand. "I'm in. Show me what you can do." I shook her hand, feeling the system pulse with recognition. Companion added, Mara Chen. Initiating integration protocol. Cost, 500 system points. Remaining points, 145. Integration complete. Yeah, Mara Chen is now registered as a companion. Enhancement options now available. ***. A golden light surrounded Mara for just a moment, brief enough that Marcus might have thought it was a trick of the sunlight, but unmistakable to those of us who knew what was happening. Mara gasped, her eyes going wide as information flooded into her consciousness. The system was establishing the connection, creating the bond that would make her part of my inner circle. When the light faded, she was staring at me with a mix of awe and shock. What did you just do? I can feel something. Like there's a connection between us. Like I can sense your presence even with my eyes closed. That's the bond, I explained. It links us, lets you draw on some of my capabilities, and it allows me to enhance your abilities. Watch. I pulled up her enhancement options in the system interface. Mara Chen, enhancement options. Physical conditioning, basic, 100 points. Increased strength, speed, and endurance. Combat reflexes, 150 points. Improve reaction time and combat effectiveness. Enhanced perception, 200 points. Sharpen senses and awareness. Skill boost, crossbow mastery, 100 points. Elevate existing skill to expert level. I had 145 points left, enough for either physical conditioning or skill boost, but not both. I chose physical conditioning. Raw physical capability would help her more in the short term, and we could work on the specialized skills later. Applying enhancement. Mara gasped again, and I watched as the enhancement took effect. It was subtle, not the dramatic transformation I experienced with my own abilities, but a definite change. Her posture straightened. Her breathing deepened. I could see muscles tensing and relaxing as they were reconfigured at a cellular level, optimized for performance beyond human norms. When it was done, she looked down at her hands like she'd never seen them before. Then, moving almost on instinct, she jumped and cleared a vertical distance that would have been impressive for an Olympic athlete. Holy shit, Marcus breathed. Mara, you just jumped like 6 feet straight up. Mara flexed her hands, testing her new strength. I feel amazing, like I just got the best night's sleep of my life times 1,000, like I could run a marathon and not even breathe hard. Ethan, what did you do to me? Made you better, I said simply. That's the basic enhancement. As we work together, as you prove yourself, I can make you even stronger, faster, more capable. But this is just the beginning. She turned to Marcus, her face flushed with excitement. Marcus, you need to feel this. It's incredible. But I held up a hand, one at a time. I don't have the resources to enhance everyone at once. You're first, Mara, because you're the one who committed. Marcus. I turned to the former ranger. If you want in, you'll need to prove yourself first. Show me you're worth the investment. Marcus looked like you wanted to argue, but something in my voice, or maybe the way Mara was now casually lifting a boulder that should have taken 2 men to move, convinced him this was serious. He nodded slowly. Fair enough. What do you need me to do? For now, help Shane with security. Use your military training to assess our defenses, identify weak points, suggest improvements. Show me you're valuable to this camp beyond just your survival skills. Do that, and we'll talk about enhancements. Done. I turned back to Mara, who was still testing her new abilities with barely contained glee. As for you, I need someone I can trust absolutely. Someone who can be my second in command when I'm running operations. Someone who can make decisions in my absence and know they're thinking along the same lines I would. Think you can handle that? She met my eyes, and I saw steel there. This woman had survived alone in the apocalypse. She'd made hard choices, done hard things. Now I was offering her a purpose beyond just survival, and she was hungry for it. I can handle it. What do you need? I need you to help me prepare for what's coming. That large faction to the northeast, they're going to make contact within the week. We need to be ready to negotiate from a position of strength. Show them we're too valuable to attack and too well armed to intimidate. I'm going to be bringing in more supplies, more equipment. I need you to help me integrate it all seamlessly. Make it look like we've just been really lucky with our scavenging rather than... I gestured vaguely at the impossible nature of what I could actually do. Cover story, she said immediately. We found a military convoy that got overrun in the early days, vehicles full of supplies that never made it to their destination. It would explain the quantity and quality of gear without raising questions about where it's really coming from. Perfect. That's exactly the kind of thinking I need. We spent the rest of the day integrating Mara and Marcus into the camp's operations. Mara I kept close, bringing her into conversations with Rick and Shane about security and planning. Her enhanced physical abilities weren't obvious at first glance, but I could see Rick noticing the way she moved. Too fast, too precisely. He shot me a questioning look that I answered with a slight nod. I'd explain later. Marcus proved his worth immediately, going over our defenses with Shane and identifying half a dozen weak points we'd missed. By evening, he'd drawn up a comprehensive security plan that would make the camp significantly harder to assault. That night, I called a meeting of what was becoming my inner circle: Rick, Shane, Glenn, Andrea, and now Mara. We gathered in Rick's tent, away from the rest of the camp, and I laid out what I knew about the approaching faction. They're calling themselves the Coalition. I started, pulling from information the system had provided combined with my own reconnaissance. 200 plus survivors organized along military lines. They've got a fortified position at an old shopping mall northeast of here. From what we can tell, they're not hostile by default. They've been trying to establish contact with other survivor groups, build a network. What? Shane prompted, because there was always a but. But they're also not above taking what they want if negotiation fails. They've absorbed 3 smaller groups in the past 2 weeks, 2 voluntarily, 1 by force. They're aggressive expansionists, and they see resources like Ethan's immunity as strategic assets to be acquired. Andrea frowned. So, they're going to try to take him. They're going to try to negotiate first, Mara interjected, and I felt a surge of satisfaction that she was already thinking along the same lines. They're organized enough to understand that a frontal assault would be costly, even against a smaller group. They'll want to make a deal, protection and resources in exchange for access to Ethan. Which we're not accepting, Rick said flatly. Which we're not accepting, I agreed. But we can't just refuse and expect them to leave us alone. We need to counteroffer. Propose an alliance of equals rather than a vassal relationship. Trade access to Ethan's knowledge and occasional blood samples for their military support and infrastructure. Glenn spoke up. Will they go for that? Only if we show strength. If we look like a desperate group clinging to survival, they'll just roll over us. But if we look like a well-armed, well-supplied, strategically valuable community, then we're worth more as allies than as conquered territory. That's where my next supply discovery would come in. Over the next few days, I'd be making the most significant purchases from the system store yet. Enough to transform our camp from a refugee shelter into a genuine fortified community. But I'd need more system points. A lot more. I pull up the quest interface after the meeting ended. Active quests. The Gathering Storm, 15% complete. Daily quests available. New quest available. Impress the coalition. Objective. Establish alliance with coalition on favorable terms. Reward. 5,000 system points. Title. Master Negotiator. Increase reputation with military factions. Failure consequence. Forced conflict or subjugation. 5,000 points. That would be enough to push forward significantly on the skill tree. Maybe even unlock some of the advanced enhancements. But first, I had to survive the negotiation. I spent the next 3 days in intensive preparation. Every morning started with the daily quests, physical training, and strategic analysis, netting me 20 points each day. I ran supply missions that were really just excuses to purchase equipment from the system store in private and bring it back. By day 3, the camp was transformed. We'd found enough building materials to construct proper defensive walls at key entry points. We discovered a cache of military rifles and ammunition that doubled our effective fighting force. We'd stumbled across communication equipment that let us establish a radio network for coordinating patrols. To any outside observer, we'd look like the luckiest scavengers in the apocalypse. To anyone paying closer attention, like Dale, whose sharp eyes tracked every discovery with increasing skepticism, we'd look like something else entirely. Mara proved invaluable during this period. Her enhanced physical abilities let her work twice as fast as anyone else, without showing obvious signs of exhaustion. She coordinated the construction efforts, organized training sessions, and generally made herself indispensable. I watched the other survivors begin to defer to her naturally, recognizing capability and authority when they saw it. And I watched her watching me, that bond between us growing stronger. The companion connection wasn't just mechanical, it was emotional too. She could sense when I was nearby, feel my moods and intentions on some subconscious level, and I could feel her unwavering loyalty solidifying, enhanced by the system, but rooted in genuine respect and gratitude for what I'd given her. On the 4th day, the coalition made contact. They sent an envoy, 3 vehicles approaching under white flags, carrying a delegation of 5 people. We'd been expecting them, had sentries posted specifically to spot their approach. Marcus radioed from his position on the ridge. 3 vehicles approaching from the northeast. Moving slow and careful, I count 5 occupants visible, probably more inside the vehicles. They're displaying peaceful intent. Rick, Shane, Mara, and I took up positions at the main entrance to our camp. The rest of our people were positioned strategically throughout the defensive positions, visible enough to show strength, armed enough to be a deterrent, but not so aggressive as to provoke conflict. The vehicle stopped 50 yards out, and the occupants climbed out slowly, keeping their hands visible. The leader was obvious, a tall African-American woman in her 40s, wearing military fatigues and carrying herself with the bearing of someone used to command. She was flanked by 4 others, 2 men who screamed Special Forces, a younger woman with a medic's bag, and an older man in glasses who had scientist written all over him. "I'm Captain Tara Martinez," the leader called out. "I'm here representing the coalition. We'd like to talk, if you're